Yeah, and Heather wasn't here. She's doing some insemination right now, so I'll try to go through this. Yeah, I had some questions about HMF, and yeah, one thing about HMF, and we'll talk about that, during this next slide is, what causes HMF, and there's really two things that can accelerate HMF formation is one, the lower, I guess, the more acidity, and so you're adding apple cider vinegar, you're adding any type of vinegar that's going to lower the acidity of the sugar, and that's going to accelerate the HMF formation. And so, actually, apple cider vinegar can be really bad and cause more HMF formation. Now, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why people use HMF, but just know that it can accelerate formation of HMF. And I mean, it probably isn't a problem, if your bees consume that sugar right away, it's not a problem. But if you're just leaving your sugar and you mix with apple cider vinegar in, a shed, for example, when it's 80 degrees, you could have some issues that way. Some people have questions about the ash content of tallow and mesquite. So yeah, in general, like tallow honey has kind of a moderate ash content. It has more of those minerals but it's not as high as buckwheat. Mesquite honey has kind of a lower ash content. And so, but most of these, aren't problematic at all. It's more if you have the really dark molasses type honey like buckwheat, which isn't that big of an issue here in Texas. So I had a question about the acai sugar water formula. Yeah, I mean, it's still really early on. I can share that with you if you want to, give it a shot and try it out. I had a success not only feeding, individual bees in a cage, but I also had success feeding it to whole colonies. So if you want to try it out, you can. But it's no, I mean, there's not a lot of research behind it, so it needs a bit more time. And yeah, Chris had a question about reading material, so I'll have that posted today. I'm just kind of finishing it up and finishing all the writing for that. So all this information will be in that reading material. Um, okay, if you have any other questions, put in the Q&A tab. So I'm gonna jump over to the Q&A now. Yeah, so Dwayne P says if ash is important, would adding a tiny bit of brown sugar to the sugar syrup be beneficial? Say 1 tablespoon to 1 gallon. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I never tried adding brown sugar to it. I mean, it kind of depends on the ash content of it, but if you want to add a little bit, that could be beneficial. I've never tried it. It probably won't do as good as you think it will, but if you want to give it a shot, maybe 1 tablespoon, I think that should be more than enough. And Dwayne P, you said for water to sugar ratios, you're talking about weight and not volume. Yeah, so I had that formulation here. So I'll have this all in the reading material, but it kind of has the weight to volume ratio for how much you plan on making. So whether a gallon, half gallon, a quart, or a pint. So hopefully this is really helpful and gives you some guidelines on how to make your 1-to-1 versus your 2-to-1 sugar solution. So Kay says, sometimes when there is bee bread in the wax I'm harvesting, I eat it. It's delicious and gives me a little spark. Yeah, I've actually tried bee bread before. Like there was like an acai bowl before and they've had pollen on it. It actually tastes really good. Kay says, will bees rob pollen if a frame is left out? Yeah, I'm not sure about pollen. I mean they might rob a little bit of pollen, but they're mostly going for the nectar and the sugar. Kay said, I overwinter with one deep and one medium. The bees moved to the mediums. Next year, I want to overwinter in double deeps. Any suggestions on changing over to double deeps? Yeah, so what I would do is probably if you have I guess a deep on the bottom and the medium top, I'll just probably put a deep between the two. And we can almost do yeah, I'm assuming you probably have brood inside your medium already. You can probably push the queen down to your new deep or your single deep and then put queen excluder between your medium and um your deep. So the queen's down there and there's no brood on the top. And that's definitely a good method. One thing I would recommend is never using well, yeah. Yeah, that's tough. Because it depends on which treatments you use. So if you're using treatments on your mediums, I probably wouldn't use those as honey supers because if you use like Amitraz or other things in your brood boxes, that can contaminate your honey. So I'd be really careful about using your medium, especially if you use treatments and your queen was laying eggs in there as your new super. So it kind of depends on, I guess the wax and what type of treatments you're using. And if you use a lot of heavy synthetic treatments, I probably wouldn't use those as your honey supers, and maybe just, I don't know, eventually just kind of cycle those out. So Kay said, if there are several frames of honey left from the winter, can it be harvested? Yeah, I've actually heard of people harvesting the honey before, so it's really up to you. A lot of people do harvest honey after the spring, make sure they have honey on it. It's yeah, it's kind of up to you. I'm sure Doty's done that a few times. I've never done that. You just keep it on there, but if you want to try to extract it, you sure can. Dwayne P says, are drone frames fed a different diet than normal worker brood? Yeah, so the really the jelly fed to the queens, the workers and drones are basically exactly the same. The drones are a little bit different. They add a little bit more pollen to it. It has a little higher protein content, so it's a little different. But in general, the jellies are very similar across all the sexes and castes. So Kay said, I'm having a garden party on my property with bees. Should I put a net or sheet over the hive for a few hours? I will let people know there are bees on the property, of course. Everyone knows I have bees. Yeah, so kind of depends when you're having people out. So if it's during the day and you're worried about somebody having an allergic reaction or somebody getting close to the colonies, you can definitely put a net over the colonies or some kind of wet towel. Just know if you're having this event in the middle of the day and it's really hot outside, your colony can overheat. So I would put some kind of clear net over it or maybe kind of a wet towel just for a few hours, and that shouldn't cause any issues. But if it's more than a few hours, that could cause issues. But if you're getting into kind of the later afternoon where it starts getting cooler, then covering them up won't be that big of a deal. Nikhil says having two colors of plastic cells, do the bees mind the colors? No. I've used mixtures of yellow and black, and I haven't had any issues. So Kim says how much potassium sorbate and sodium benzoate should be added to the sugar water? Yeah, because I never heard of using potassium sorbate or sodium benzoate. There might be some reason behind it, but I don't really add anything to my sugar water. I just use safe sugar water and just know the bees have a natural way of processing it, adding stuff to it that they want. And so it's up to you if you want to add some of these materials, but just know that if you're changing the pH, it doesn't have as much of an effect as you think it does because the bees will naturally process that, add enzymes, and change the pH to what they're looking for. Okay, so we will get into HMF. So we had a few conversations about HMF, and HMF is a very toxic chemical that can develop from the sugar inside either the honey or the solution you're using. And what can happen is it can accumulate in the sugar syrups and fondant when either heated or has it's really acidic. And so when honey is heated or sugar is really heated, or it has kind of a lower or has more acidic, then that can lead to more of this HMF. Now, legal limit exists about 40 milligrams per kilogram. So that's one way we do it. I mean, this is more for the legal limit for human consumption, but there's no human health risks involved with it. They just kind of set this threshold. For bees, I usually use kind of a threshold of 3 milligrams to a kilogram, but you need like a special device to actually measure it, so it's hard for a beekeeper to actually see it. One thing you will start seeing, and this kind of comes with trained eyes, you'll see kind of coloration in the sugar, so kind of turn kind of more of a yellowish color. It's kind of hard to see unless you know what you're looking for, but if you have honey sitting in a dark, a hot place for long periods of time, maybe weeks on end, then that can lead more to this HMF development. So, as beekeepers, this is something you really should consider. And so if you're storing honey in your shed, for a full year, I mean, let's say you mix some sugar in May, you keep in the shed throughout the entire year and you decide, okay, the bees need some sugar. Should I use this? That's probably going to be problematic because it can get really hot in Texas and can lead more to this HMF development. So this is kind of a study kind of showing the temperatures and the HMF development. So it kind of depends on the temperature that the sugar is exposed to, and how long it'll take to get to that 30 milligrams. So, for example, if you're storing honey at 20 degrees Celsius, for example, then it'll take about 500 to 1,000 days for the HMF to develop at a high level. But if the honey is at 50 degrees C, then it only takes maybe 5 to 10 days. So it kind of depends on the temperature you're storing your honey, but just know that, it's really extreme temperatures this can cause more issues. But, if you're adding vinegar to your solution, make it more acidic, that can lead to more of this HMS development. So this is purely just on sugar water, but this can accelerate by 2 to 3 fold if you're adding any vinegar to the honey, especially if you're storing that for long periods of time or you're not feeding to the bees right away. So this is what we're kind of looking for is kind of 30 milligrams per kilogram, which is kind of this middle line right here. So if you're storing your sugar at 30 degrees Celsius, it takes about 250 days to get to that 30 mg. So it takes you almost a full year. At 50 degrees, it takes approximately 10 days, but at 70 degrees, about 10 hours. So if you're mixing sugar water, for example, and you store it in a hot shed that's above 70 degrees, it only takes like 10 hours or even less for the HMS to develop at a toxic level to your bees. And so you don't want to kind of mix your sugar and not use it right away. You want to try to use it as soon as possible before the HMF even develops. But if you don't plan on using it right away, you can either store the sugar in a fridge or a freezer. You can store it in kind of a dark, cool place that's less than 50 degrees, but that's not possible. I'll try to feed your sugar to the bees right away. And that's why if you have the Boardman feeder, for example, and it sits out in front of your colony for, I don't know, maybe more than a couple days, this HMF can form and be really toxic to your bees. And so that's one of the major downfalls of having a Boardman feeder because, your bees may not get to it within a 24 hours. And this HMF can form and then cause some issues with your honeybee colonies. So that's why I kind of stick to kind of internal feeders, like the frame feeders or the top feeders, just so your bees are exposed to this toxic HMF. So, yeah, if you just have kind of a 5 gallon pail of sugar that's been sitting in your shed for multiple weeks to multiple months, I probably wouldn't use that and make new sugar. But if you store it in your fridge or freezer, you should be fine. Okay, so changing pH. So like I mentioned, honey has a very acidic pH. So its pH is around 3. And so a lot of beekeepers, what they want to do is they want to change the sugar that they're mixing to a pH that's similar to honey. But just know that, well, yeah, and some beekeepers add vinegar, like apple cider vinegar or other types of vinegar. Some beekeepers add citric acid to lower the pH. But just remember, the bees are really great at changing the pH on their own. And so you as a beekeeper can change the pH if you want. And as we talk about probiotics, right, does that make a difference to the gut? Not really, because the bees are really great at processing that sugar and modifying the pH and modifying it in a way that benefits the entire colony. And so, what I've seen in a lot of research and what I've done, like I've changed a pH before, and I don't notice any difference. I think it's probably doing more harm than good because you're going to lead to kind of higher development of that HMF. And so you can definitely lower your pH, but the bees are going to do that naturally for you. So you might as well, if they're going to eat the honey anyways and process it, then you might as well let them do the work rather than, you guys do the work. Some beekeepers supplement the honey with either bleach or Honey Bee Healthy. Bleach is kind of a way to decontaminate the honey. It doesn't change the pH too much. We can change it a little bit depending on how much you add, but some beekeepers might add maybe a teaspoon to a gallon. Kind of depends on the beekeepers. I really don't recommend using bleach at all. I don't think there's any benefit. I've done some trials with and without bleach, and I think bleach can be really problematic and something that you shouldn't be using. Um, I have used Honeybee Health before. It's basically essential oils that increase the feeding of the bees. You can definitely do that. I've done before, and the bees eat the syrup really quickly. I don't think it's that necessary unless your bees aren't touching the syrup. But then again, if your bees aren't touching the syrup, there's probably a larger issue within your colony. And so you can definitely use Honeybee Healthy. It can promote a bit more robbing. So if you have a really weak colony, those might be more likely to be robbed out by a stronger colony. So I think there's a lot of benefits of using Honeybee Healthy, but it's not always necessary in my opinion. But I guess I would definitely not use bleach because it can basically clear out the entire gut and cause some issues. I think some beekeepers might use bleach to maybe clear out nosema, which is a gut mycosporidium. But I haven't seen any difference by using bleach versus not using bleach. Okay, now we'll get into winter feeding. So we're definitely kind of past that winter feeding stage, right? We're entering that fall stage where the bees are starting to brood up, the queen's starting to lay eggs, and the colonies are getting larger and larger. But winter cluster is really important because, unlike solitary bees or other closely related bees, honeybee colonies form these tight clusters, these perennial colonies, and they form these kind of warm clustering balls that allow them to keep warm throughout the entire winter. And so one reason that bees hoard so much honey is because forming those warm balls and keeping that temperature at around 95 degrees inside that cluster takes a lot of sugar, takes a lot of energy to make it through the winter. And so depending on your region, the country, you may need more sugar to keep those clusters warm and have enough sugars to make it through the winter. And so this is what a typical cluster looks like. They're all kind of in a warm ball. What they do is they unclap their wings. They move their flight muscles really fast, and that produces heat to keep this cluster really warm throughout the entire winter. And so as they're producing this heat, they need more sugar to make it through the winter. And so these clusters and keeping the cluster quality is really important to make it through the winter. Now, if your bees have survived, you definitely did a really great job of making it through the winter. But if you're calling starved for some reason, they may have either been too cold, the cluster may have been small, you may have had viruses, or may have not had enough sugar to make it through the entire winter. So this is kind of a thermal scope looking at the cluster within a honeybee colony. I think, yeah, this was done in Indiana, Purdue Extension. And this kind of shows you the temperature within a cluster of a honeybee colony. So you can see within the middle, it's around 35 C or 40 C, so about 95 degrees, 90 to 95 degrees within this cluster. And typically the queen's right at the middle because the bees are trying to keep the queen warm, healthy, and surviving into the upcoming year. So the colony's number one priority is to keep that queen warm and keep the queen healthy so she can start brooding up as soon as possible. And so the core of the cluster is going to be really warm to help protect the queen. And that's one reason that they evict so many drones because the drones are taking up a lot of these important nutrients that the bees need to keep warm. So they evict all the drones so they can focus more on the queen and keeping the colony warm. Now, there's an outer shell of the cluster, which is around 46 to 50 degrees. This kind of prevents the bees from freezing. So the majority of bees are in the middle, but there are some bees on the outside at this kind of lower temperature. And this kind of forms this kind of outer shell to protect the rest of the cluster. What happens is the bees rotate inside the cluster, so that's another way to produce heat and then move the heat from the outer shell to the inner shell. So it's a really great way to exchange heat between the bees from the outside to the inside. Now, yeah, I suppose as you can imagine, if it's -20 outside, like in the Midwest, you can imagine, how hard it is to keep the temperature at exactly 95 degrees inside. I mean, that's a 110-degree difference at times. And I know, like, just managing bees in the Midwest, like North Dakota and Minnesota, we have, weeks on end where it's -50 with wind chill. And so it's really impressive that the bees are able to keep these clusters at 95 degrees throughout an entire winter. But that's definitely one reason why there has to be more sugar stored on the colonies in the Midwest versus Texas. And so we need to have somewhere between 80 to 90 pounds of sugar to even make it through the winter. And so especially in the Midwest, we would need to feed a lot more in the fall to get that weight on. But here in Texas, 30 to 40 pounds is more than enough because it doesn't get nearly as cold and it doesn't get cold for this really long periods of time, like those multiple weeks. So bees consume, stored honey to generate heat. So in order to produce that heat and keep that cluster at 95 degrees, the bees need to consume that sugar to produce that heat. So usually here in Texas, we recommend somewhere between 40 to 60 pounds of honey for overwintering. Now, if you definitely have 40 to 60 pounds, your colony should have more enough sugar stores to make it through the winter, and you won't need to go into your colonies, apply a sugar fondant or a sugar brick to help them make it through the winter. But if we do have these warm days where the colony starts brooding up again. The queen starts laying eggs, and they go through the honey stores really quickly. You might need to apply like a fondant or a sugar supplement to help them make it through the winter. But in general, 40 to 60 pounds is more than enough to make it through the winter, and you don't have to worry about inspecting the colonies or going through the colonies or even providing sugar syrup in the winter. But yeah, as the cluster kind of moves slowly through the colony, following the honey stores, and so as your bees are kind of going in the circular pattern, feeding on the honey stores, they start moving farther and farther up to where the honey is. And so they kind of go farther and farther up. But especially some areas in cold temperatures that prevent the bees from actually moving up to the honey stores, you can have something called isolation starvation. So this situation where the cluster and where the honey stored is too far apart from each other. And so let's say you have a cluster in one box, you have an empty box between the honey stores. The bees may be too cold to actually move up to where the honey is, and that could cause them to starve and freeze at that specific location. And so you want to make sure that the honey is as close to as possible to where the cluster is so you don't have this isolation starvation. Like I mentioned, this isn't as big of an issue here in Texas, but in certain areas when it gets really cold, you want to make sure that honey is as close to the cluster as possible. These are different signs of starvation. So sometimes this is an example of an isolated starvation where the bees are kind of unable to move up to the honey store. And what happens is this mold starts kind of growing on the back of the dead bees. So this is an example of starvation from isolation. But sometimes when your bees don't have enough sugar stores, there'll be a lot of bees that are kind of sticking in the cells with their butts sticking out. And this is a sign that the bees starved and they have enough nutrients to make it through the winter. And so if you start seeing this, it's a good sign that maybe you needed more food for your bees. So what's the difference between a summer bee and a winter bee? So, I guess I never touched on this during the biology section, but summer bees, they tend to live about 21 days, die off, and then new bees will take over their role. But winter bees are long-lived, larger bees, and they're larger and longer lived because these bees need to live for 3 to 4 months to make it through the entire winter. And so these winter bees are extremely important. And if you have low quality winter bees, less winter bees, and bees that have viruses, these bees are less likely to make it through the winter. And so the winter bees are extremely important, and make sure they're healthy is important to make it through the winter. And so if your colonies crash in the middle of winter, maybe your winter bees were unhealthy or you didn't have enough of them to make it through the winter. So here are the major differences between summer and winter bees. So fat body size. So fat body is basically where the energy is produced and that allows the bees to live longer periods of time. Summer bees have kind of smaller fat bodies, whereas winter bees have larger fat bodies. So you talk about kind of fat bees making it through the winter. Fat bees basically means that the winter bees have more fat to make it through the winter. Like imagine like a bear, for example, that goes through hibernation. They store a lot more fat so they can hibernate and make it through the harsh winter temperatures. Same thing with bees. They store a lot more fat. The lifespan, so summer bees can live somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks, whereas winter bees live somewhere between 4 to 6 months. So they're really increasing how long they live. The primary function of a summer bee is for foraging and all the hive-related work. But the winter bees, their goal is to store energy, um, and then eventually brood rear in the spring. So they have to have a capacity to produce a lot of energy, live throughout the winter, but then eventually ramp up brood production to produce more of these summer bees when the spring hits. So right now, you may have a lot of winter bees coming out of winter, and their goal is to produce as much brood as possible, have those energy stores, and produce future summer bees. Vitellogenin is probably the most important protein. So if you know of one protein related to honeybees, vitellogenin is the most important. So summer bees have low vitellogenin stores, and summer bees have high vitellogenin stores. And I'll talk about vitellogenin. It's important for everything related to honeybees. So, the difference between a queen and worker is queens have higher vitellogenin. The reason that, workers transition from, nurses to foragers is vitellogenin. The immune system is related to vitellogenin. So vitellogenin is important for everything related to honeybees. But it's extremely important for overwintering. So when we talk about kind of fat winter bees, this is what we're basically talking about. So this is what a summer bee looks like. So you can see it doesn't have a lot of fat inside its abdomen, and this is what a winter bee looks like. So you can see clearly this winter bee is not only larger, so you can see the abdomen sizes are bigger, but they have a lot more of this fat store to help them make it through the winter. And this fat store is primarily made up of vitellogenin. So vitellogenin is basically a protein that has protein, it has lipids, and it has sugars. It's all a protein with all these different nutrients all in one. And so it's a really important protein for overwintering. But these winter bees really rely on the stored vitellogenin fat and glycogen stores to burn energy through constant instead of burning energy through constant feeding. So it allows them to kind of make through the winter without actually having to consume food throughout the winter. So even if they do run out of stores, they have a kind of a small period that they can survive because they have more of this fat stored in their abdomen. So vitellogenin, like I mentioned, is probably the most important protein. It's important for everything related to honeybees. So its major function is a storage protein, so it's produced in the fat body, and it acts as an energy and a protein reserve. So it allows the bees to store these resources and use it whenever they're needed. So especially in the winter when they don't have access to pollen or nectar, this provides a really important storage of nutrients. It's important for immune support, and so it enhances disease resistance and reduce oxidative stress. And so it helps the bees survive the winter. For immune system, it's also really important for the new vaccine that we have for honeybees. And so one way that bees learn about new diseases is through vitellogenin. And so what happens is this kind of learns about the new diseases, and it makes bees, I guess, more aware of that disease and better willing to fight that off. It's extremely important for longevity. So having more vitellogenin allows the bees to live 4 to 6 months versus 4 to 6 weeks. But one reason that queens live 2 to 4 years versus, 3 weeks for workers because queens have more vitellogenin. So vitellogenin is really important for the longevity of a queen, but even workers that are transitioning from summer bees to winter bees. Nutritional, obviously, so it's important nutritional reserve, but it's also important for brood rearing in the spring. So before even pollen comes in or nectar comes in, the winter bees use this vitellogenin reserves to brood up in the spring. Genetics play a really important role for how much vitellogenin. So European honeybees, for example, have more vitellogenin stores than Africanized honeybees. So, Italian honeybees, Carniolan, Russian bees, for example, store more of this vitellogenin than maybe Africanized honeybees. So, if your bees are more Africanized, for example, they may store less of this vitellogenin and maybe less willing to make it through the winter. So that's one reason that more Africanized bees didn't make it farther north because they're not as great as overwintering as some of our European stocks. And so, this is probably less important for Texas because we don't have these kind of long, harsh winters. But just know that if you do manage bees in the Midwest sometime in your life, that you may want more of these European stocks and make it through the winter. Varroa is really important for these winter bees. And so, we talked about this last week where the Varroa are feeding on the fat body, transmitting deadly diseases, lowering the immune system, but they're also lowering the vitellogenin stores for the bees. So, like I mentioned, the mites are actually feeding on the fat body. That disrupts the production of vitellogenin, and that disrupts how many proteins and nutrients are stored throughout the winter. And so, if you have really high, Varroa levels, and even if you manage them, that can really disrupt that production and cause your winter bees not to live as long or not be able to survive throughout the winter. And so oftentimes we see bees crash in the winters because not necessarily lack of honey stores, is because they had higher viral levels at some point and higher this virus transmission. So one thing to prepare for the winter, and this is really important for all beekeepers in Texas, is you want to make sure your varroa are managed in the fall because if your varroa levels are really high in, you know, September or October, that's when it's really going to deplete the fat bees and their fat storage of those bees, so they don't have fat or stores and make it through the winter. Two, these mites are transmitting deadly viruses like deformed wing virus. As you get more viruses in your colony, these bees are only going to live like 3 to 4 days versus the 3 to 4 months they need to survive throughout the winter. And so these viruses can cause really big issues for your winter bees and allow them to not be able to make it through the entire winter. And so these viruses are really important to keep in check. And like I talked a lot about last week, is these viruses are kind of rapidly evolving, like deformed wing virus. And so we see less and less of these deformities in the wings now. And so you may not see these viruses, but know if you have high viral levels at some point that the virus are still persisting in your colony, and there's no way to really treat those virus levels. And so one thing I do recommend to beekeepers, especially if you did have high viral levels in, maybe July and August, is to feed as much protein as possible because you want the bees to brood up. You want them to replace those unhealthy winter bees with healthy winter bees and allow those bees to be healthy enough to make it through the winter and have enough, vitellogen stores to make it through the winter. And so I talked a lot about related diseases last week, and one way to kind of push past that is maybe feed, 2 to 4 pounds of protein, have them brood up as much as possible, and have healthier, fatter bees making it into the winter. So here in Texas, bees need at least 30 to 40 pounds of honey to make it through the winter. This is about one full medium super. So if you want to know how much Okay, so whether or not your colonies have enough to make it through the winter, if you have one full medium full of honey or full of sugar, your bees should have enough sugar and nutrients to make it through the entire winter. If you're removing honey and you're removing all the sugar, you have to feed a 2-to-1 sugar solution in the fall to make up that weight. And so you want to feed maybe 2 to 4 gallons, maybe even more, to put on that weight and have enough sugar to make it through the winter. Because if you don't, you risk your colony starving, but you also risk you having to go back into the colony and feed kind of sugar bricks or fondant to help the bees make it through the winter. And so, that's really one reason I don't feed sugar bricks or fondant in the winter because I typically have enough honey to make it through the winter. But if you're pulling a lot of that honey, you might want to feed them back to put that weight back on. Okay, so feeding honey versus syrup. So I talked a lot about the differences between, honey and syrup. So, honey has a lot of these enzymes. Honey has a lower, sugar content. Honey has a lot more ash content, so more of these nutrients, minerals, and vitamins. And so honey is a really great resource for the bees to make it through the winter. And what's also great about honey is, that little bit of ash provides the antioxidants it needs for the bees to make it through the winter. Because as you can imagine, as the bees are forming this cluster. They're going through this really energetic process that can be really stressful for the bees. So one way they can combat that is to more of that ash content in the honey. And so, leaving honey is probably the best way to help your bees make it through the winter rather than feeding sugar syrup. Now, I've always had great success feeding sugar syrup in the fall, putting weight back in the colony, and these bees tend to survive. But if you can, the best thing you can do is keep a little bit of honey onto your colony, supplement when needed, and have the honey available to help your bees make it through the winter because the bees are producing honey for a reason. They're processing that honey for a reason, and it has everything it needs and the bees need to make it through the winter. So, if possible, the best route, especially if you aren't planning on selling a lot of honey, is to keep honey on the colony. And then if you want to, like the person mentioned, you can extract in the spring. But just remember that if you're extracting in the spring, that if you're feeding a lot, then that syrup can kind of get mixed with the honey, and that can cause changes in your honey content, changes in your honey quality, and cause you basically not to eat honey but more syrup. So, if you're extracting in the spring, just remember that if you're feeding a lot, that syrup can actually get directly into the honey. And there's really no way to test it. It might be a little bit sweeter. So sugar syrups tends to be a little bit sweeter, so you can kind of taste it. But if you're new, you may not know what the taste differences are. Okay, sugar bricks. So I'm sure a lot of you feed sugar bricks in the spring, and sometimes you really need to feed sugar bricks or some kind of fondant or some kind of sugar solution. And so really the situation where you feed this is when you're pulling a lot of honey, you don't feed a lot on, and so your bees are quickly going through their sugar reserves. In those situations, you might want to feed sugar bricks. Now, as I'll talk about, I mean, a lot of times they're unnecessary if you have enough sugar feed on your bees going into the winter. But it's better to get into the colony when it's really cold to make sure your colony doesn't starve versus kind of letting them be and starving out. So, it's I mean, it's really not great to go into your colony when it's 20 degrees or negative 20 degrees, but it's better than letting your colony starve. So there's definitely situations where you can feed sugar bricks, but as long as your bees have enough sugar and enough honey stored to make it through the winter, like that full medium box, you should be fine. They're really easy to make, so you can definitely buy them at any bee supply store. You can make them yourself. So, mixing that sugar with water and make it really thick into like a fondant is one really great way to do it. And it can really support weak colonies to make it through the winter. Especially those weaker colonies, the smaller colonies may not be storing as much. And so if you want to help those weaker colonies make it through the winter, you can feed these sugar bricks. So this is a really cool video showing how bees process the sugar bricks in the wintertime. Hopefully this video works. So this is basically a sugar crystal from sugar brick, and this is the bee's tongue, and hopefully it works. Let's try to get this process here. Okay, now it's going. So the bees are sticking their tongue into the sugar brick right here. So this is their proboscis, it sticks it in there. And what they need to do, because it has such a low water content, they need to break that down into something that's more digestible. So what they do is they bring out their hairs right here, and it allows them to produce enzymes and moisture to kind of break down this sugar. So you see these hairs kind of expanding out, and they're making this kind of groove a little bit bigger. And so this would kind of mean that, water content makes a big difference because it takes a lot of work to kind of lick this and break it down. But also it kind of breaks down these hairs. And so when the winter bees come out of the spring and they're feeding a lot of these sugar bricks, these hairs pour down. That can really impact their foraging and their nectar composition. And so if you're feeding, like a sugar brick or something, you want to make sure it has a higher water content. So what I typically do is kind of produce like a fondant, for example, that has more water content to make it easier for the bees to break down. Because if you're adding just like granulated sugar on top of the colony, it's going to break down the hairs on the tongue, and it's going to be harder for the bees to lick that and break that down. And so you want to try to basically reduce the work on the bees as much as possible. So I try to make kind of a fondant with kind of a higher water content to make it easier for the bees. Now, I mean, does it really matter? I don't know. I mean, if it breaks down the hairs, does that impact their ability to forage in the spring? Maybe a little bit. Does it matter? I don't know. I'm really not saying that you shouldn't use sugar bricks at all, but just saying that it might be unnecessary, and especially if you have more and more sugar syrup in stores in the spring. And this kind of shows sugar consumption with a sucrose solution versus a dry sugar. And so it shows you like how much they're consuming. Now this is a really low line, so this is where it is. And so it's so small that they actually had to make it bigger to show the differences between them. And so you can see that they're consuming a lot more of the sucrose solution versus just dry sugar. And so that means that if you're feeding just kind of dry sugar on top of a colony, the bees aren't going to consume as much. It's going to be harder for them to break down. It's going to wear out their hairs on their tongues. And so, if possible, you want to either apply a sugar solution, but if you're in the winter, you might want to apply kind of a fondant with a higher water content. So that's basically what all this shows. Okay, so winter feeding. Oh yeah, okay. I should change it, but this is more the gut microbiome. So one thing about digestion is the bees have certain gut microbes that help with everything related to honeybee colony. So this is what gut looks like, right? You have the front gut, which includes the honey crop. You have the mid gut, which is the stomach and includes Malpighian tubules, which is basically the kidneys. And you have the hind gut, which is excreting the waste. And within these guts, they have different types of microbes and microbiome to help with digestion, nutrient absorption, immune system support, and even detoxification of pesticides and toxins. And so these microbes play a really important role. Now, the only way the bees actually get these microbes is by from the other worker bees. And so once a bee emerges from the cappings, the other bees are feeding them, and they're putting and basically implanting microbes into their gut. And so this trophollapse process between the workers is really important for making this gut microbiome. But there's also kind of a social microbiome, and so even certain subfamilies within a colony, certain places within the colony, older bees, there's certain microbes that are only shared between nurses, only shared between foragers, and so even within a kind of a social colony, like a superorganism, there's different types of social microbiome across the entire colony. There's also something known as a reproductive microbiome. And so some microbes are just in the reproductive tract of the queen and the drones that allow egg production for the queen, but also really important for sperm production for the males. And so these microbes are really important for everything related to honeybees, whether that's digestion, nutrient absorption, or even reproduction. They're really important. And so that's one reason if you're applying antibiotics, for example, that can deplete all those microbiomes and impact a lot of things related to honeybee colony. And so that's why when I talked last week about dealing with diseases, you want to treat the root disease and not kind of go to antibiotics because there's a lot of better solutions than applying antibiotics, but it also causes a lot of effects such as the microbiome. So probiotics, do they work? Yeah, I guess in the chat, do any of you beekeepers use probiotics at all, or have used probiotics in the past? Go to the chat here quick. Yeah, I think some of you do, and I definitely get a lot of questions about do probiotics work. And one thing I tell to a lot of beekeepers is the best probiotic is a really great prebiotic. And so make sure the bees are well fed, have the right nutrients is the best way to have a good probiotic. And so, there's definitely a lot of research out there showing that probiotics aren't that effective, and really the microbes in the probiotic are actually getting into the microbiome or the gut of the bees. And so probiotics be kind of expensive, and there's a lot of evidence showing that they actually don't work as well as you think they do. And so the best way to, get the best microbes in the bee's gut is by feeding them good protein, making sure they're well fed, and make sure they're really healthy and not stressed out. So this was a study that was just published a couple years ago, and what they did was they fed you know DFM. So there's two different types of DFM. There's super DFM and pro DFM. They're basically the exact same. I mean, I know Manlake claims they have a proprietary formula versus strong microbials, but basically the formulation is very, very similar. And for this DFM, this is what they're kind of adding to the probiotics and hoping that gets into the gut. And so most of it is bacillus and lactobacillus. But as you can see, that as they're feeding them during week 0, 1, and 2, none of the lactobacillus, the enterococcus, bacillus, but bifidobacterium, none of these are actually getting into the gut. And so basically, you're feeding them something that actually never propagates in the gut and actually gets into the gut. Because one thing that's really great about honeybees is they have that proventriculus, right? And so that blocks off anything that gets into the gut. And so bees are basically filtering what goes in and what goes out. And what seems like if you're feeding probiotics, none of these microbes actually get into the gut. And so it's not really working as well as they claim. And there's a lot of different studies kind of showing similar results where probiotics aren't working as well as they claim they do. And so I guess my opinion is, use make sure the colony is really well fed, make sure they're less stressed out, and that's the best way to, improve your microbiome. But also try not to feed antibiotics if possible. Okay, toxic nectar. So nectar has a lot of different, I guess it kind of depends on where your bees are foraging on. Nectar can have different sources, different toxicity, some be more beneficial than other ones. And so it kind of depends on the exact nectar source. But there's one nectar source that's extremely toxic here in Texas. It's called yellow jessamine. A lot of beekeepers and people call it yellow jasmine, but the common name is yellow jessamine. It's extremely toxic to honeybees and found along the eastern part of Texas, but it's very common in the southern, southeastern United States. Okay, not responsive. That's fine. Yeah, so it's really toxic and it's found in like Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida. So it's very pervasive across the eastern United States. What it does is it causes pesticide-related symptoms. It causes paralysis and even bee death. But a lot of times when you see this is you see a lot of stress-related diseases like European foulbrood and chalkbrood. So this is a bee that I sampled a couple of weeks ago, or actually last Saturday. Its tongue was sticking out and it was kind of shaking and paralyzed. And this is what the yellow jessamine looks like across the eastern part of Texas. So it's this kind of yellowish flower. It's pretty widespread. And so this can be a really problematic toxic nectar. Now, there's other toxic nectar sources across the United States. We have California buckeye, which is a really big problem in California. But I'd say yellow jessamine is probably one of the biggest issues, especially here in Texas. So this kind of shows you a map of where it's found. Sorry, let me try to present this again. So as you can see, these kind of light green fluorescent colors show all the counties where yellow jasmine's found. So you can see it's pretty widespread in like, you know, North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, so it's kind of found all over. But if you look at Texas, this kind of eastern part of Texas, you see a lot of this yellow jasmine. But just know that this is a really common ornamental plant that people plant, and so even if your county isn't highlighted, you may be growing it. So, our kids' daycare, I parked there this morning and there's a whole fence full of yellow jasmine and it's really toxic to honeybees. So it's really, if you kind of live in this area like Houston all the way up to like Tenaha or Shelby County, you might see a lot of this yellow jasmine blossoming. Right now we're kind of in the downswing of it, but right around kind of mid February into early March, you tend to see a lot of this yellow jasmine. And one thing I tell a lot of beekeepers is the solution to pollution is dilution. So if your bees are foraging on something that's really toxic, you can't really get away from it. You can't spray all the yellow jasmine, it's everywhere. And so there's really no way to get rid of it. So the best way is to maybe dilute that pollutant or that toxicity by feeding them more protein, feeding them more sugar to help them make it through that toxicity. And so one thing you can do if you start seeing some toxicity from, yellow jessamine is maybe feeding more protein supplements, feeding more pollen to help them make it through this toxic period until it kind of goes through. I'm not sure what's happening here. Hold up one second. Let me fix this quick. Okay. For some reason, it's
Yeah, it seems like you're a couple of slides ahead in what you're talking about for what it's displaying. So Teams is not acting nice.
I see all snap.
yeah. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what's happening here. It could be my browser too.
But I'm still seeing your,
My slide.
your desktop. So
Okay.
it is a little slow, but it.
Hmm. Yeah, it's really slow. Okay, let me try to fix this quick.
So while you're doing that, does anybody have any other questions?
Okay, can you see this now?
I do not see anything but a blank screen at this point.
Oh, blank screen. Okay. Hmm.
I know a great resource for a bloom schedule. Let me find. I see week 6, nutrition and feeding. Let me hang on just a second, and I'll get that.
Yeah, it's
find the link.
it's really delayed for some reason. Do you guys see the slide that says acute kills?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about the solution to pollution is dilution, right? So if you're exposed to a lot of pesticide-related kills or you're in an area that has a lot of agrochemicals, one way to kind of limit the exposure or limit the effect of pesticides is by feeding more. And so you can potentially feed, protein or sugar to help them push through it. That's not the best way. I mean, the best way is to move your bees if possible, but you can feed to help kind of push through these paralysis or bee-related deaths. And so this example of acute kills where you see sudden bee deaths, you see a lot of twitching and shaking of the bees, you see bees with their tongue sticking out. And so these situations, these are kind of acute kills. And so these might be a little bit too late. But if you know you're in an area where your bees may be exposed to a lot more of these pesticides or fungicides or insecticides, you may want to feed them more often to help them push through some of this damage. And so, it's not the best solution, but something that could really help your bees through. One thing we typically see with a lot of bees is this chronic damage. This is something you can't really see, and so it's harder to identify whether it's pesticide related or not pesticide related. And so this is kind of known as chronic related damage. And so if your bees have kind of low exposure to pesticides, so whether that pesticide is being stored into the wax or brought in from the pollen, you may see some of these kind of long-term sublethal effects on the bees. So you can see impacts on foraging, so reduced foraging. You can see issues with queen health, but also impaired navigation. Now, these are things that it's kind of hard to tell whether pests are related or not. But by feeding them, you can kind of help the bees and limit the exposure of pesticides. So I always say with anything, if you can, feed more often, especially when your bees are starting to go downhill, whether it's pest related or not pest related, that can be really beneficial to your colonies. Okay, next we get into planting for bees. So what should you be planting for bees to increase foraging, so natural forage for bees. So I suppose if you're in an urban area, for example, in the HOA, and you have neighbors are planting these like really green grasses, that's really good because aesthetically, a lot of people like those green grasses. But you can kind of view it as a bee desert. There's not a lot of bee forage and nutrients available for not only honeybees but native pollinators on these kind of manicured green lawns. And so just know that if you're kind of in an urban environment, there's gonna be a lot less resources available for your bees. And if you're closer to a golf course or closer to kind of these public areas, they're really well manicured and sprayed really heavily to kind of maintain these kind of green lawns and manicured lawns. And so one thing I always tell people is to kind of embrace diversity. So, you might not always have the capacity to have a pollinator garden across your lawn, but planted types of some sort of bee forage can be really beneficial. Now, I get a lot of questions like, how much bee forage do you need? Um, if you just planted as a small pollinator garden, it's probably not going to support your entire colony, but it can help your colony. So, you're not going to be able to plant it, enough in your front lawn to support your entire colony, but you're providing more resources, more diversity, and it's be more beneficial to not only your honeybees, but also other native pollinators. And so any type of planting is beneficial, and anything you do can be beneficial. And one thing I found interesting was on rooftops, they did a kind of DNA analysis of all the pollen that was brought in from rooftop colonies. And you would think that, and this is actually done in St. Louis, but you'd think that in St. Louis that there'd be less of these nutrients and flowers available by the bees. But they found that the bees are collecting, pollen from about 181 different plant species. So if you're in a higher urban environment like, Austin or Dallas or Houston, just know the bees are probably collecting pollen from somewhere. And even if the bees have to fly more than a mile away, maybe 3 miles away, the bees are collecting pollen from some sort of resource. And so I always get questions about, an urban environment, is there enough pollen? There's stuff out there. It's definitely beneficial to plant a pollinator garden if possible, but there are, pollen available to bees across the state, even in urban environments. So how to plant a pollinator garden? So one is choose plants that attract bees. So you want flowers that produce not only pollen but also nectar, and that would be kind of really beneficial and attractive to honeybees. And I'll talk about different resources on the next slide, but you want to try to find plants. You want to group the plants together. So if these plants are kind of farther apart, it's gonna be more work for the bees to go from one plant to another plant, 10, 20 feet away. And so you want to try to plant all the flowers and the trees all come in the same area to make it easier for the bees. You want to pick plants with long blooming cycles. So you want ones that are kind of blossoming, producing nectar or pollen throughout a longer period of time. So, maybe you want one that's blossoming from May all the way until September. But that's not possible. You might want to plant different plants. So some are blooming in the spring, some are blooming in the summertime, some are blooming in the fall, just so your bees have some kind of nutrients available throughout the entire year. And like I said, you won't be able to plant a garden that supports your colony, but it's going to help your colony improve diversity and have the right pollen and nectar the bees need. And try not to use chemicals in your garden if possible. Some they say they're bee friendly. So if you have to use chemicals to spray for your weeds or some kind of pest, you want to make sure that it says bee friendly on the label. But if you don't have to, then try not to use any chemicals if possible. And then just embrace weeds. So especially here in the spring, dandelions are starting to blossom, and that's a really great early spring forage for a lot of bees. Dandelions have a lot of really great pollen and great nectar, and so if possible, let your dandelions blossom. It's a really great resource for bees. But really, any type of weed. So if you have Dutch clover or any type of a small white clover, that's a really great resource for bees in the spring. One really great resource is a pollinator partnership. I know this is blurry. I'm not quite sure why, but this pollinator partnership is a really great resource. You basically type in your zip code, and it tells you all the plants that will kind of grow and be really great resources for flowers or bees in the spring. And so you can type in your zip code and it gives you kind of a list of flowers. Are they more heat tolerant? Are they grow based on your soil conditions? Which ones are better for the bees? Which ones are better for honeybees? And so go to the pollinator partnership, put in your zip code. It'll give you a lot of great information about which plants you should be growing. We also have a resource on our TextName AgLearn about how to create and plant a pollinated garden. We're working on this right now, and so we're working on modifying this a little bit more. But if you want this resource, you can scan this and it'll give you some more information. We're hoping to kind of add more about a list of plants that you can grow in your garden to really support bees and pollinators. But yeah, you can either scan this code or you can go to TextName AgLearn on Google and then type in pollinator garden in the search bar, and this should come right up. But to give you kind of a summary about everything you need to consider when planting a pollinator garden. And then you have a higher acreage. You can go to some of these larger seed mixtures. And so I always like the Pheasants Forever seed mixes. They have not only CRP seed mixes, but also non-CRP mixes. Some are designed for high plain sandy or clay soil. And so it kind of depends on your region, but you can find a really great pollinator mix for your area. Now, if you have a lot of acreage and you want to invest into a pollinator CRP program, they also have lots of great seed mixes there. So, if you have, a lot of acreage, you want to plant that all into pollinator-friendly habitat that supports bees, this is a really great mixture. It also has plants that are blossoming throughout the entire year. So some are blossoming in the spring, in the summer, and the fall. So it provides your bees some kind of nutrients throughout the entire year. So this Pheasants Forever have a really great seed mixture. Now, I went to this link a couple of weeks ago and it wasn't working. And so I went to Pheasants Forever and they said they kind of designed their seed mixture. So hopefully this link works now and they have that uploaded. But if you have any issues, just shoot me an email. Okay. Well, so yeah, sorry about the last half of that talk. Hopefully it wasn't too big of an issue. If it is, I'm happy to record the second half of it. But next week we'll talk about swarming and bee removal. But with that, I'll take any questions on feeding and nutrition. And like I said, I'll have the reading material uploaded for that probably later today, so you can have all this information in a reading format. Yeah, Shane, yeah, you're right. Yes, week 6. So next week is week 7. Yep, so Karen said this website that you plug your zip code into, it will give you a PDF. Yep, it's a really great guide. So Kay says, not a question, but I found out a surprise. We were going to investigate the larvae we got from scraping out the top bar. When we got back to them after lunch, the larvae were gone, including the mite we saw. Yeah, so bees are really great at taking care of them. So they either remove them or cannibalize them. So sometimes when I have a queen lay an egg for queen rearing, I'll come back and it's all gone. Shane says lots of herbicides. Yeah, exactly. So if you're in an area next to a golf course or next to an HOA, there's a lot of herbicides being used. And herbicides aren't directly toxic to bees, but they can take away a lot of the weeds and nutrients the bees need in the spring. So especially in urban environments, just be aware of that. Kent said, what is the timeline? Does yellow jessamine start to finish? Yeah, starting to finish right now, but probably has another week or so. So I'd say last week was kind of its downswing, so probably another week or so, maybe a couple weeks. It depends a lot of the weather and the region you're in. Yeah, but I think Doty's gonna put a resource. Yep, she did for blooming times, and we're also developing a resource too. So hopefully that's gonna be more helpful. Shane said I heard probiotics quality is an issue. Yeah, so definitely a lot of fillers. So I haven't had any great luck with probiotics. I've used my own independent studies. I haven't noticed a difference. And what I kind of show with the study here is they put certain microbes in a probiotic, but actually doesn't get into the honeybee gut. So it's probably not as good as they market it as. Okay. I think that's all the questions. Okay, perfect. Well, if you need any additional questions, just please shoot me an email. I'm sorry about my talk kind of freezing on me, but if you have any issue with this recording, I'll maybe have to record it again. So, all right, thank you. I can see you guys all next week, Monday from 9 to 12, talking about swarms and bee removals.